Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Senators will stand and be led in prayer by Nathan Hatfield, Assistant Clerk, Links, Senate Clerk's Office.
Good afternoon. On this opening day of session, a blessing upon each head assembled here to do and support the business of the people. Our senators, our lieutenant governor, our clerk and her staff, to the Capitol Police who protect us, the journalists who report our actions, the Science Museum of Virginia staff for providing the space for us to be distanced yet together, and to Phyllis and her staff for preparing the meal that nourishes us. Let us pray. Almighty God, we pause in this moment to ask for your hand of comfort as we continue to reflect on the life and remember the loss of one of our own in the Senate family, Senator Chafin. I offer as today's invocation these words from American author, theologian, educator, and civil rights leader Howard Thurman. Creating God, open to us light for our darkness, courage for our fear, hope for our despair. Loving God, open to us wisdom for our confusion, forgiveness for our failings, love for our hate. Spirit of peace, open to us peace for our turmoil, joy for our sorrow, strength for our weakness. Generous God, open our hearts to receive the gifts of your Spirit. Amen.
Please remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Senate Clerk Susan Clark Sharp. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
You need to turn your mic on with the touch panel.
Hey, Senator, with the touchpad, if you turn your mic on.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. IT challenged. Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the opportunity to preemptively make a motion. Mr. President, on everyone's desk is a memorialization of the motion that I'm going to make, and I'm not going to read it all over. I'll just ask that it be adopted in concept. But in light of the pandemic situation and the vulnerability that some of our senators may have, it certainly seemed appropriate to me that at least on a temporary and interim basis that we make provisions for senators to participate remotely and electronically. I respect that every senator is making the absolute best effort to be here personally. I just hope that no one is doing it and exposing themselves unnecessarily to the pandemic situation that we're going on. So the motion I make is that senators be allowed to participate remotely and electronically consistent with the 9 items that are listed there. I've had previous discussions with the leadership of the Senate Democratic Caucus and the members of my caucus. I will say, Mr. President, and I want everyone in here, regardless of your political persuasion, to listen to this. You have my unequivocal word as a fellow senator and as a gentleman that the rules of the Senate will be suspended every day. And I further represent to you that every day that there will be more than a significant majority to suspend those rules, and I am encouraging every member of our caucus to support the suspension of those rules so that we can move forward in an orderly and safe way. And I make that representation to you. So with that, Mr. President, I would respectfully move that the rule as outlined in the memorandum that is on your desk that will allow senators to participate and vote electronically and remotely be adopted.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Survell, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman from James City County yield for question?
Will Senator yield?
Mr. President, I will say it is too early in the game to start this, Senator Survell, but yes.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a couple of questions. I was reading this memo that's on our desk, and I would note that it appears to me that proposal number 9 is a tiny bit different from what was circulated before. And this is the one about collecting per diem. And the one that we were provided earlier provided that no senator may collect a per diem if they were participating from somewhere besides Richmond. So that, for example, if some member perhaps maybe felt uncomfortable being in this room, they could be at Pocahontas in their office and still collect the per diem. But the in Richmond language seems to have been removed from this, and I was curious about.
That's an adequate question, and I'm prepared to answer it.
Okay.
Senator has the floor.
I don't need one of the extended soliloquies that goes on. Mr. President, I would say, and I appreciate the senator calling to my attention. Actually, I must confess the original draft of this was misplaced by my office, and they came back and did number 9. And the provision is that per diems may be collected remotely and electronically. If you're here, if you got alternative housing, you're in the Pocahontas building. Unlike the house where they're sitting by their pool under the umbrella or in their living room at home collecting per diem, that's what we were getting at. So I'd say, Mr. President, it is contemplated if you have temporary housing, lodging in the immediate Richmond area, or you're in the Pocahontas building or some other off-site office, of course you will. And thank you for bringing that to my attention in such a succinct and compressed manner.
Thank you, Mr. President. One last question.
Senator yield.
Yes, sir.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I haven't had a chance to go through this word for word to compare it, but is it your understanding this is otherwise identical to the version we were given before?
Mr. President, I would respond to the gentleman by yes. It was just that the final copy that I had shared with you was misplaced, and they had to add paragraph 9 on it. That's the only verbiage that was changed, sir.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. President. I would just say that we appreciate the accommodation and the flexibility in working with us as we get through this pandemic. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the motion? Seeing none, the question is, shall the rules be suspended? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The rules are suspended. Clerk will call the roll. All those present will please record their vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Senate is operating under the rules of the Senate adopted at the commencement of the 2020 session. The Chair recognizes the Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, for the purpose of taking up a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged, and further consideration of the resolution, the reading of the title and the engrossment be waived, and Senate Resolution 90 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title and the engrossment be waived, and Senate Resolution 90 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution Number 90, 2021 Senate Operating Resolution.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is our operating resolution addressing the per diem and salaries. I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the resolution? Seeing none, the question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of the resolution will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The resolution is agreed to. Clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Wednesday, January 13th, 2021. Memorial resolutions. Senate Joint Resolution 284, celebrating the life of the Honorable Augustus Benton Chafin, Jr.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just prior to our senators being recognized on this, I just wanted to indicate that I think we will have 4 designated speakers with regard to this very important memorial resolution, beginning with the senator from Washington, Senator Pillion. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I move the resolution be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
It was difficult to find the words to adequately honor a man who always seemed to have the right words, accompanied with an unforgettable smile and a twinkle in his eye that came from a kind and generous soul. His unimpeachable character was rooted in a genuineness and a happiness rarely found these days. To know Senator Augustus Benton Chafin was to love him. He was many things to many people, but his most cherished roles and titles were husband, dad, papa, son, and brother. Ben's family was the pride of his life and a source of motivation in everything he did. My heart and my prayers go out to his wife Laura, his daughters Sophie and Audra, his son Gus, and the rest of his incredible family. He was the epitome of a Virginia gentleman whose passing leaves an irreplaceable Russell County-sized hole in their hearts. Southwest Virginia knew Ben not only as their senior state senator, but as an accomplished attorney, banker, and generational farmer. Through all these vocations, Ben built a successful and respectable career through which he served his community and his neighbors, living up to the adage that his parents had always taught him to leave this world a little better than he found it. Southwest Virginia is a much better place thanks to Ben. To his extended family in the General Assembly, Ben was a delegate, then quickly a state senator who was beloved on both sides of the Capitol and both sides of the aisle. Armed with a quick wit, a positive demeanor, and more often than not, a pair of cowboy boots and a Stetson hat, he was a force to be reckoned with. Whether you voted with him or against him on any given issue, Ben could always be counted on to be a straight shooter and to treat friends and political foes with the respect and the decorum that this institution and Madam Clerk deserve. Ben's floor speeches, as we all know, were often as entertaining as they were impactful, strategic, and heartfelt. His ability to prove points and base arguments on lessons learned from the farm, wisdom imparted from his parents, and infamous one-liners was nothing short of remarkable. Regardless of whether you agreed with the underlying argument, there was always something to learn and wisdom to be gained from Ben's speeches. Loose lips sink ships. All chickens come home to roost. Trust everyone, but brand your cattle. A rising tide lifts all ships. This piece of legislation is nothing more than a pig in a poke. And the one he most often gave me. Now, Todd, pigs get fat, but hogs, they get slaughtered. As the junior senator from Southwest Virginia, Ben and I worked closely together on a daily basis. He was a tireless advocate for his constituents and considered it one of the highest honors to be vested with the trust and the confidence of the people of the 38th Senatorial District. Ben was a champion in protecting constitutional rights, investing in schools, promoting economic development and access to health care, supporting outdoor recreation, and working to preserve and expand the region's energy potential. The impact of his contributions in these important areas have directly benefited not only the people of Southwest Virginia, but every corner of the Commonwealth. While Ben's life has been cut tragically short, his legacy will live on for generations to come. He lived each day as if it counted for something bigger than himself, and it did. If God needed an attorney, a banker, a farmer, or just a really great friend, he certainly got one now. May the senator from Russell's memory be a blessing to us all, and may we aspire to the example he set.
Thank the senator. From Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to move the adoption of the resolution and speaking of that motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Ben and I were elected to the House of Delegates together. And on the first night of orientation, I know that both of us intended to go over to the Library of Virginia and study up on the august body we just joined. But somehow we ended up meeting up in the hotel bar. He and his wife, Laura, were sitting there, and I joined them, and we spent about an hour just talking. And I remember thinking that night, I wish we didn't have to go do whatever we had to do. I wish we could just sit here and talk, because it was just so easy to sit down and talk to him. Very soon, Ben moved over here, and I joked him that he just couldn't wait to cut that license plate in half. He had to come over here, and then I followed for tragic reasons, the loss of John Miller. Very soon thereafter, we started visiting each other. I said I wanted to come out and see him, so I went out to Russell. Next year, he came to see me, and then I went back. He took me just proudly to show me the Breaks Interstate Park and many other things, a bridge that had no wonderful, magnificent bridge that had no connection to anywhere. He also taught me about the difference between metallurgical coal and steam coal, and changed one of my votes because of the education that I got. I took him to historic Jamestown after a finance committee meeting. We took him to the Tribe Richmond football game. He loved ribbing me because he went to Richmond Law School, and they whipped us that day. And then the last time I went out his way, when I first was there, he was beginning to renovate an 1830s farmhouse for his daughter. And so we got to tour at the beginning and sat out in the front yard that night and listened to the coyotes, as he called them, all around us, all around us. When I went back the third time, we sat up, we toured it quickly, but it was an active house. His little granddaughter was there and his grandson, and so we just kind of moved on and went and sat up on the ridge and looked down at the house. It looked like a little dollhouse from up top. But we really enjoyed those times, and when we had the Jamestown commemoration, Ben and Laura came to my house the night before it, and we sat and had a drink and talked, and then we rode together out to the reception. One couple, incredibly supportive of the president, who was going to appear the next day and had caused some hoopla the week before. Another couple decidedly not, but in no way did that stand in the way of our ability to spend time and friendship and just enjoy the relationship that the four of us had. Ben wanted to make that program a bill. He wanted to set up a bill that every year a certain percentage of us from one side of the aisle would have to go visit a certain percentage from the other. And he wanted to get money in the budget, Madam Chair, because, as he said, some of these folks might not want to spend the night at each other's house. We we had a little bit of fun at pairing some of y'all up, and I won't tell you the ones we put together. But you know, Mr. President, every one of us, and I say us because we've all done it, we've all minimized the evils of this virus. It's not as bad as the flu. These masks annoy me. They fog up my glasses. Each to varying degrees. But the last conversation I had with him right there at that grief-draped desk, I said to him, you know, I know the governor's agitated y'all because he's shut it down more than you like, but the virus is coming your way and it'll just overwhelm the resources. Please be careful. And he said, I know, Monty, I agree. But the problem I have is that the folks out my way that have had it, it hadn't been all that bad. And so it's hard to get people to take it seriously. We need to look no further than that desk right there to understand how seriously we should take this. And we're close, so I hope we'll all lead as we move into the vaccine stage. One thing you may not know about Ben is he had an encyclopedic knowledge of songs and lyrics. I mean, if it was from our era, 60s, 70s, 80s, man, he knew every word, good songs and bad songs. And, you know, he didn't mind belting some of them out either. Probably not at 9 to 5, but later in the evening, he'd bust them out. Oh, that, too, was good and bad. I'm reminded of some words that Natalie Merchant wrote in a song after the loss of a friend under decidedly different circumstances. He'd probably rolled his eyes at this one, and even though not his genre, I bet he knew the words. Let the youth of America mourn. Include him in their prayers. Let his image linger on. Repeat it everywhere. With candles, with flowers, he was one of ours. One of ours. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. The Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for a brief point of personal privilege here. Ladies and gentlemen, Ben was my seatmate during his time here in the Senate. And I'm not going to speak long or elegantly. I just want everybody to look, please, at Ben's desk. And it's draped in black. If you knew Ben, and if you loved Ben like most of us did, that should be white. Ben was a shining example of a wonderful gentleman who always found the best in everyone he talked to. Whether you were for him or against him on a bill, it didn't matter. Ben was going to treat you as a friend. And I hope, when it's my time to go join Ben, that people can say the same about me, that I tried to find the best in people and wanted to be their friends and not adversarial. Ladies and gentlemen, when the roll call was just taken a few minutes ago, it particularly struck me that I did not see the name Chafin on the roll. It is a hole that's going to be here, and it's going to be a hole that's going to be very hard to fill. I hope that we will all remember Ben as the gentleman and the wonderful person he actually was. He treated us all wonderfully. He deserved our respect. And to be honest with you, when my aide, Christy, called me to tell me that of Ben's passing, I lost it. I just plain lost it. I was sitting on my couch in the living room weeping because of the loss that we are all going to feel from Ben's passing. So, ladies and gentlemen, each day during this session, let's try to remember to be like Ben. Let's try to remember to love our neighbors like Ben did. And let's also rejoice, because we know now that instead of a black shroud, Ben is in the loving arms of Jesus. So, we're going to miss you, my friend, and we'll do the best that we can to be more like you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the adoption of the resolution.
Senator's the floor.
On reflection, this is my 30th session, which many of my constituents think is 29 too many. The only individual that has served in the body longer than I have is Senator Saslaw, who we know was here with Patrick Henry. Also, my good friends, and I mean that sincerely, Senator Howell and Senator Lucas came in the same class that I did. And to put this in perspective, in our tenure, there have been several senators that we have lost while actively in session and during the term. This is the first Republican senator that we have lost in the 30 years that I have been here. And I think for that reason it has had a more significant impact. Not that any time you lose a friend or a colleague it is not hurtful, it is just a very vivid reminder to us that, comparatively speaking, Ben was 60 years old. Normally on the first day of the session, there is a lot of excitement and electricity that is going on in anticipation of what is about to unfold. I would say that that atmospheric condition does not exist for most of us today. I was reflecting back on some of the extraordinary personalities that have served in the Senate of Virginia during the time that I have been privileged to be here. The first one that comes to mind, and I have never been embarrassed to acknowledge it, was my mentor, Hunter Booker Andrews. Hunter Andrews was one of the true titans of Virginia's legislative process, and he was a fierce protector of the institution of the Senate, its protocol, and the demeanor of it, which I must editorially say I think is eroding just a little bit in an incremental basis. We had another individual that only a few of you know even by reputation, and it was a guy from Shawsville by the name of Madison Marie. And the thing that always stuck out in my mind about Madison Marie was his incredible sense of humor, because he always related legislation in terms of what the boys at the barber shop were saying. And he would constantly say, I was down at the barber shop yesterday and the boys were saying this. And he had a marvelous sense of humor. Someone who had a more subtle sense of humor but was historical in her nature was Senator Yvonne Miller. Senator Yvonne Miller was historical as a female coming in as a minority in the Senate of Virginia. But the thing that really stood out to me was her fierce independence. Senator Miller was fiercely independent, and she didn't care whether you were a Republican, a Democrat, a citizen, or a government relations person. And I always admired that with her, even though I disagreed with her 99.9% of the time. The last person that came to my mind who I thought was an exceptional senator was for a completely different reason. And that was a very charming, graceful young lady from Northern Virginia by the name of Patsy Ticer. Patsy Ticer was always gracious, always polite, and incredibly sensitive to those constituents that were less fortunate than herself. And as I think about those qualities, Ben Chafin embraced every one of those. He was very protective and proud of the protocol and the institution of the Senate. He enjoyed and demonstrated the humor of Madison Marie. He would demonstrate the independence of Yvonne Miller and the graciousness of Patsy Ticer. I say that we've heard about the varied interest that he had, and I appreciated Senator Pillion reciting those. And I'm going to be a little bit redundant, but from a different perspective. He had varied interests, but he was extraordinary in each of those interests. I think about the agricultural aspect of it. He was not just a cattle farmer down there in Moccasin. He loved and considered the soil of Southwest Virginia as sacred. And he lived that, and he demonstrated it. As an attorney, the attorneys in this room all remember when you go to law school, they teach you how to brief or dissect a case. And Ben was recognized as the most extraordinary attorney in Russell County. But as he applied those skills to legislation, first of all, he identified what the facts were. Then he identified what was the controlling question. Then he identified what the issues were, and then what the law or the solution to those were. And he brought that to the Senate of Virginia, and while he never publicly talked about it, he approached things very systematically in coming to a conclusion. The last thing that we know that area that he was very active in was in banking, which amuses me a little bit. It doesn't amuse me because he and I both were very privileged to share corporate positions on community banks, which are doing very well in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I was amused because as a banker, he was a masterful negotiator. And why do I say that without being specific? I recall at least one masterful negotiation that he did in ever such quiet and subliminal terms where he cast a critical vote, but he was a wonderful negotiator. So I say to you, reflecting on my good friend, and I mean that sincerely, from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, he indicated that as we looked over at Senator Chafin's table that's draped in black and it should be in white, I disagree with you, Senator Cosgrove. It ought to be draped in pink. He would like that. He would like that. On it, the last thing that I would say about Senator Chafin, we will all miss him. Some of us will miss him much more than others. And I will say my prayer list every night is very short, very short. And the reason I keep it short is because I believe if I keep it short, maybe God will listen. And Ben is going to remain on my short prayer list for a long, long time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 284, celebrating the life of the Honorable Augustus Benton Chafin, Jr. Whereas the Honorable Augustus Benton Chafin, Jr., a passionate advocate for Southwest Virginia and an accomplished state legislator who carried bipartisan admiration for his commitment to the betterment of the Commonwealth as a whole, died on January 1, 2021. And whereas a proud native of Russell County, Benton Ben Chafin grew up on his family's farm and learned the value of hard work and responsibility at a young age. He worked at a local meatpacking plant as a teenager, and he returned home most weekends while attending college to help on the farm. And whereas a first-generation college student in his family, Ben Chafin received a bachelor's degree from East Tennessee State University and a legal degree from the University of Richmond. And whereas Ben Chafin established what is now Chafin Law Firm, PC, in the 1980s and practiced law throughout Southwest Virginia for more than 30 years, in addition to his work as an attorney, he served on the board of the First Bank and Trust Company and held close to his roots in agriculture as the owner and operator of a beef cattle farm. And whereas desirous to be of further service to his community and to the Commonwealth, Ben Chafin ran for and was elected to the Virginia House of Delegates in 2013, becoming the first Republican to represent the 4th District in more than 20 years. And whereas Ben Chafin was subsequently elected to the Senate of Virginia during a special election in 2014 and ably served the residents of Southwest Virginia in the 38th District until the time of his passing. And whereas Ben Chafin adapted to the unique challenges of representing a district that is geographically larger than some federal congressional districts, encompassing all of the counties of Bland, Buchanan, Dickinson, Pulaski, Russell, and Tazewell, parts of the counties of Montgomery, Smith, and Wise, and the cities of Norton and Radford. And whereas during his tenure as a state lawmaker, Ben Chafin introduced and supported many pieces of important legislation to benefit all Virginians and provided his expertise to the agriculture, conservation, and natural resources, commerce and labor, education and health, judiciary, privileges and elections, and rehabilitation and social services committees. And whereas Ben Chafin was a staunch proponent of public education, responsible economic growth, Second Amendment rights, and access to health care for all Virginians. And whereas Ben Chafin consistently supported job creation in the district, helping to establish the Invest Southwest Virginia partnership to promote the coalfields region as a future site of renewable energy infrastructure and high technology business development. And whereas Ben Chafin served the residents of Southwest Virginia and the entire Commonwealth with the utmost dedication, integrity, and distinction, and whereas outside of his careers, Ben Chafin was an avid outdoorsman who relished every opportunity to appreciate Southwest Virginia's natural splendor. He volunteered his time and leadership as former president of the Russell County Rotary Club, and he enjoyed fellowship and worship with the congregation of Gatewood Community Church in Lebanon. And whereas Ben Chafin will be fondly remembered and greatly missed by his wife of 38 years, Laura, his children, Sophia, Audra, Augustus III, and their families, and numerous other family members, friends, and colleagues, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate, the House of Delegates concurring, that the General Assembly hereby note with great sadness the loss of the Honorable Augustus Benton Chafin, Jr., a respected statesman and champion for Southwest Virginia, and be it resolved further that the Clerk of the Senate prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to the family of Augustus Benton Chafin, Jr. as an expression of the General Assembly's respect for his memory.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution will please rise. Resolution is agreed to.
On each desk, there is a red rose that has been supplied by Senator McPike. If the members would take the rose and put it in a vase on Senator Chafin's desk.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate in the morning hour?
We are waiting for the House, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any senators wish to be recognized? Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Recognizing that we will languish at the mercy of the House, I would respectfully ask that we stand in recess and that the Senate Republican caucus convene in the hallway.
Thank the senator. Okay. Sorry, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman. For how long would you like to recess?
Mr. President, I wish we were in a position to determine when we will be able to start moving forward, but from our perspective, I would say 15 minutes at a maximum, sir.
Okay. Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, the Senate will stand in recess for 15 minutes. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move that we waive the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading of the communication will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Senator Lewis, how
Senator
do you
Lewis?
vote?
This is Senator Lewis. I vote aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
This is Senator Vogel, and I vote aye.
Ayes 36, noes 1.
Ayes 36, noes 1. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Okay. Chair recognizes the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. Actually, Senator, 1 second.
Mr. President,
Sorry, Senator. I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we may have one technical difficulty to work it out. Thanks, Senator. Question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading of the communication will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Senator Lewis, how do you vote?
This is Senator Lewis. I vote aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
This is Senator Vogel, and I vote aye.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and House Joint Resolution 575 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the reading of the title be waived, and House Joint Okay, sorry, another technical glitch. It's not you, Senator Locke. Does that work now? Okay. Question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived and House Joint Resolution 575 be taken up for immediate consideration. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Senator Lewis, how do you vote?
This is Senator Lewis. I vote aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
This is Senator Vogel, and I vote aye.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. The clerk will read the title of House Joint Resolution 575.
House Joint Resolution Number 575, providing for a joint assembly and establishing a schedule for the conduct of business coming before the 2021 regular session of the General Assembly of Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we waive reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the substitute is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move adoption of the amendment in nature of the substitute and speaking to that motion.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the amendment in the nature of a substitute you have before you is an operating resolution, which I would describe as what would be a normal operating resolution with normal deadlines as compared to prior short sessions, as opposed to what the House sent us, which was a 30-day resolution with deadlines as if it were a 46-day session. And just I'm going to go through with you 7 changes in this resolution that are different from prior short session resolutions that will also be carried over to a 30-day resolution should we choose to go that route and reject this, but I want to describe what those changes are right now. So first of all, you'll notice that as compared with prior short session resolutions, this does not contain the 15 bill limit that the House of Delegates had for filing. They said they would prefer to deal with that through their own internal House procedures, and we never put any of our 25 bill limit or whatever in it last time for ours, and so they didn't want theirs in it anymore. So that came out. Secondly, these resolutions normally contain a filing limit for the number of bills you can file after we began session today. That was excluded from this, both the House and the Senate, because the Senate, the Rules Committee previously adopted those filing limits. We're only allowed to file 4 bills after, I believe, 10 a.m. today, and the House of Delegates has some similar rule. I think it's 2, and so putting it in here would have been redundant. Third change is the Joint Assembly is somewhat different, obviously, because of the current circumstances. We're all not going to march over to the House chamber and sit there and do roll call, so the Joint Assembly rules are a little bit different in here. The fourth change I'll bring your attention to is if you want to turn to on the very end, lines 266. Historically, interim meetings had to be called on either Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday during the first and third full weeks of the month. Clerk suggested that we add language to say that if we're going to have an electronic meeting, that we be able to have that meeting on any day the chair so chooses. So we're not, given that we're not all traveling to Richmond for meetings, it wasn't as necessary to be as restrictive as when the meetings occurred for an electronic meeting. So it adds the discretion to have the meeting any day of the month if it's held electronically. Then the sixth change I'll note is Rule 24, which is a new rule, lines 243 to 252, and that contains some new health protocols that we're adopting, hopefully only for this session in light of the current pandemic. Basically says that that members or anybody entering our chamber has to have their temperature taken daily, and in addition, it says at the discretion of the Speaker of the House and the House and others, the Speaker of the House and the Rules Chair, that people have to be tested weekly for COVID. I believe the Rules Chairman might have an amendment on that later depending on what happens with the other resolution. And there's also a requirement that we wear a mask in this room at all times, obviously, except when we're speaking or eating. So that's the differences between this. I'm sorry, one more change. I forgot one other change. If you all remember, last session, in the joint resolution that was adopted last session, joint studies, any bill adopting a joint study was amended from a 2/3 vote to a majority vote. That policy decision was made last session, but this is the first time that'll be reflected in a short session resolution, so that's different from a prior short session resolution if you're looking at 2019. Those are the changes, Mr. President, having said that, I would hope we would adopt this resolution. It's my understanding that this body has met for 46-day sessions since around the time I was about 3 or 4 years old in the early 1970s, and that we have never voted against, that we've never exercised, or nobody's ever exercised the ability to force a 30-day session in nearly 50 years. From our point of view, I would say, Mr. President, that there's not really much of a point to exercising that objection. Our entire system was built upon a 46-day session. Our revenue estimates won't come until right around at the end of 30 days. If we were to do a 30-day session, there would be absolutely no way to do a budget or consider any bills that have a fiscal impact, and so it would be completely impractical and probably force a special session, which would cause us to be here for more than 46 days. And so by asserting an objection to a 46-day session, it would really just cause a lot of chaos and headache, more cost to taxpayers, and problems for our staff and disruption to our personal lives. And so we would hope that we could do a 46-day regular, normal, short session, send this back over to the House, and that they will acquiesce in doing what we should do. That's what this does, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from James City County, Senator Norman Rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. With great trepidation, I wonder if the senator from Eastern Fairfax County would yield for a couple of questions.
Senator Yield.
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, while I appreciate it may be redundant, as I understand, the amendment in the nature of the substitute basically calls for a 45-day session. Is that correct, sir?
Senator, has the floor.
Technically, I think it's 46, but yes.
Okay.
Further question?
Mr. President, I'll come back and address that in just a moment. The other question I had was over on Rule 24. And my question to you is that if a member of the Senate does not comply with the safety requirements that are articulated in Rule 24, are there any consequences? And if so, what would they be?
Senator, the floor.
Mr. Chairman, the intention of putting the rule in here was to create consequences, I believe, and my understanding is that it would be up to the sergeant, at arms as to whether to admit somebody into the room or not. Madam Rules Chairman, Senator from Hampton might be able to answer that more clearly than I, given that she's the Rules Chair, and I think discipline is largely up to her committee or the bailiwick of her committee. But it was our intention by putting this in here to make sure everybody complied with this on a daily basis so that we can all be safe.
Further question?
Mr. President, I would respond to Senator Wordsmith that I appreciate his responses. Speaking to the amendment in the nature of the substitute, please, sir.
Senator, the floor.
I listened with some interest and more amusement at the justification for going from a 30-day session to a 45-day session. And the youthful senator indicated, since he was 6 or 7 years old, 4 years old, that we had always gone to a 45-day session. Historically, I would remind him that originally when the session provided for an extension in the short session, that it was done to amend the budget and for no other reason. And due to our anxiousness, it has evolved into full sessions. Secondly, Mr. President, I would say that these are unusual times. According to my fingers and toes count, that we were here for 65 days during a regular session and followed by an unprecedented 84 days in a special session, which is almost 1/2 of 1 year for what was conceived by our founders as a part-time citizen legislature. I would say, Mr. President, that I think we have had more than adequate time to address many of these issues, which I expect, based upon reviewing the bills that have been filed, are going to be a repetition of some of the same foolishness that we have dealt with before. Another point I would make, Mr. President, is that there is a way to get this work done in an equivalent period of time of 45 days. Historically, we have worked for 1/2 of 1 day on Friday because everybody wants to go home. We don't work on Saturdays. We don't work on Sundays on it. If, in fact, we were to take that half day on Friday, work a full day, work Saturday and Sunday, just in round numbers, if you took the 6 weeks times that, it would come out to the equivalent of 15 days. It's a question of whether or not we want to enhance our work ethic. Finally, Mr. President, I would say that I think this discussion about the budget and revenues is something of a fictitious argument. Anyone that has been intimately involved with the budget knows that if you were to contact the Department of Taxation, they would tell you that they get the revenue numbers every day, and that those numbers are forwarded to the Secretary of Finance. And I will say I don't know that I have ever had more confidence in a Secretary of Finance than I have in Secretary Lane. I would further say that if you were to call the Department of Taxation and ask to receive the February revenue numbers for the last 4 years or even longer than that, that they can provide that to you. So when you take the daily tracking, you look at what has historically been done in February, you can model out pretty accurately what the numbers are going to be. So I suggest to you, Mr. President, that I do not embrace the argument that we cannot timely deal with the budget situation on it. And I just think that we are unnecessarily extending a session to 45 days that does not have to be done. And the last comment I would make is more of a parenthetical observation. Something is ringing in my ear. I apologize. Are you getting it? Mr. President, I think that is an alert that the amendment in the nature of a substitute on 575 deserves an alarm to be rung and that we need to reject it. And I wish I could say that I had influenced that alarm. I would just say to you, Mr. President, I think that there are options and availabilities to do this. And as I look around the room, and this is not meant to be a criticism whatsoever, so I hope no one gets tweaked. Of the ladies and gentlemen on our side of the aisle, to my knowledge, we have one person who is retired and the rest that are employed on a full-time basis. And when you take the number of days that we were in regular session and you couple that with the special session, it has become a little challenging for some who are employed. Yes, I get it. We made the decision to run for public office. It is a self-inflicted punishment, and I understand it. But I am persuaded, if we wanted to, if we had the willpower to, we could accomplish this in a 30-day session. I appreciate the patience, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President, and Happy New Year to you. Mr. President, I have a couple of questions from the junior senator from Eastern Fairfax County, but I don't want to interrupt the flow of the senator from James City County's inquiries, so I will defer to anybody that wants to follow up on that. And then I have two unrelated questions from the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, yield.
I'll yield.
With regard to Rule 24, it talks about credentialed legislative staff attending floor sessions. During the recently completed special session over the summer and the fall, credentialed staff or LAs were not allowed to come onto the floor after session or before. Is that changed now during the 2021 session so that our credentialed staff can meet us in our, it's not only the floor, but our de facto offices before or during recesses or after session?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I see Madam Clerk's head shaking vigorously no, and so I think I better say no. Nothing's changed.
Further question?
Yes, Mr. President. That begs my next question.
Senator, yield.
Is there,
I'll yield.
Yield. You have the floor.
thank you, Mr. President. Is there a room in the Science Museum where we can meet with members of the lobbyist corps or with our staff, credentialed staff members, since we do not have any actual office?
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I would say to the gentleman is I believe that there's no space to meet with any type of government relations professionals. I know that we just got an email that there's been a room made available at Bon Secours to meet with groups of constituents upon a reservation basis. I'm not sure whether we're letting staffers into committee meetings, which are going to be in different, partly in here and partly down the hall. That would be up to Madam Clerk. I'm seeing a no there too, so it looks like we have to meet them outside to exchange materials.
All right, final question. That begs the final question.
Senator, yield.
I'll yield again.
Senator, yield. You have the floor.
So are we limited, if we want to meet with our own staff, credentialed staff, or members of the lobbying corps, to this lobby outside or the outside of the building? Is that our only two options?
Senator's floor.
Mr. President, what I would say to the junior senator from Richmond is that there's also the option of Zoom, and I have an open Zoom link for me to talk to my staff whenever I need them, and I can always call them or whatever. But if you're talking about a face-to-face meeting, I think that's right.
All right. I thank the
Face-to-face
senator.
in person, you're right.
I thank the senator.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking briefly
Senator's
to the
floor.
motion on the substitute.
Senator,
Mr. President, when we got to spend so much time here in August and September and October and November, we didn't get to know how things were going to proceed because there wasn't a procedural resolution. We already know what action the House has taken, and what this floor substitute hopes to do is set us opposite of what the House's action was, so we would again not have a procedural resolution. So even if I were persuaded to have the same position as the senator from Eastern Fairfax, which I see more merit on that side than usually, I do not want us to not have a procedural resolution. So I don't know why we would take a position right now, contrary to the other chamber, to set us up for another rambling, unknown time period like we had then, when it was really fun, you know, finding out when we'd get to come here on a Wednesday, then we'd get to come here on a Friday, but we're not here on Thursday. So I hope that we will not adopt this substitute, which would then just put us in the position to, again, not have an operating resolution.
thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. A question to the gentleman from Fairfax, please.
Senator, yield.
I'll yield.
Senator, yield. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is that if the staff person that we have wants to come and bring us something at the door, and so can let's say for example, my staff come and have something for me, bring a package at the door. So she can't meet me at the door, I can't go outside and get it at the door?
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think you can meet them at the door. They just can't come through the door.
Thank you so much.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal, rise?
Mr. President, a brief question from the senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Senator Yield.
I'll yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I was struck by the senator's recitation of previous history in short sessions and would ask if he knows the number of bills that were filed during the 2019 short session.
Senator's the floor.
Both chambers, I thought it was in between 1,000 and 2,000, maybe 1,200 to 1,500.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, would it surprise the senator to know that it was approximately 2,000 bills or approximately 43 bills per session day?
I'll yield. And okay, that surprises me a little bit, I guess, given that I was wrong.
Mr. President, I think he's, that is not unanimous in this body on that thought. Mr. President, I'd ask the gentleman a further question.
I'll yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, would it, does the gentleman know how many bills have been filed currently for this session?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I would say it's impossible to know because they haven't posted them up all online yet. So, no.
Mr. President, I'd ask the gentleman a further question.
Senator Yield.
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
If it would surprise him that approximately 1,200 bills have been filed, or approximately 39 bills per legislative day, so actually less than in the 46-day session if we go into 30 days.
Senator's the floor.
Okay, that makes sense. Mr. President, just speaking briefly.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I went through that just to illustrate the fact that the number of bills by the extremely astute Rules Committee in determining that we would have fewer bills filed during this session indicates that we are, even at the current pace, if we took up bills in the same form or fashion in 30 days, we would be able to take up fewer bills per day than we would have in the longer session when we had a higher bill limit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask a question of the patron, please.
Will Senator Yield?
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
In looking at the cost per day to the taxpayer, we can look back to July of 2019 and see that it cost the taxpayer $45,000 a year just for the first day of session in 2019. Mr. President, my question would be to the gentleman, what is the cost now here in 2021, the cost of us being in session to the taxpayer per day?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I would give two answers to that. One is that it would cost less than usual because I believe the members of the minority members of the House of Delegates are not taking per diem in light of the fact that they were meeting remotely. And so I think there's about 45 members over there who are not taking per diem for them or their staff, I believe. And I'll leave it at that.
Further question?
No, Mr. President, in speaking to the motion here.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, it concerns me greatly that we have a budget and we don't even know how much it cost for one day of session going forward. You know, we are fiscal conservatives, or we should be fiscal conservatives, and we are daily spending taxpayer money, and we really need to be able to justify, number one, how much it's going to cost for us to meet each day, and second of all, to be able to justify why we would need to spend an additional 15 days when we've already been here 60-something days. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I remember, I just checked that during the special session, there was a refusal to waive the readings of the bills, which stretched the session out. I don't know how many days, but to suddenly have a great concern that we spent this long session in special, and in fact it was delayed, and the number of days we had to be here were lengthened because of the refusal to waive those bills. So this newfound worry about the length of time we're in session seems to be kind of a new thing, because during the special session, no one on the other side of the aisle seemed to care about that so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Mr. President, would the gentleman from Prince William yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Sorry, Fairfax.
I do not yield.
He and I represent Prince William together. I apologize.
Senator yield?
I'll yield again.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the gentleman, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. If we extend the session today, by virtue of adopting your substitute, we'll be here for 45 or 46 days. Is that correct?
Senator's the floor.
That's correct.
If we do not adopt this and go with the House of Delegates resolution...
I'll yield.
Senator yields.
Apologize. Thank you. If we go with the House of Delegates resolution, there will be a 30-day session, and the governor has already said he'll call us back into special session, and there will have to be an interim period between those two, which means we actually will be here longer than if we just extend the session by virtue of the amended resolution. Is that correct?
Senator's the floor.
It's mostly correct. What I would say is that the governor would have to call us to a special, and then we'd have to do a new operating resolution for the special. And that operating resolution could say lots of things, although I'll represent to the senator that we've already reached an agreement right now. But in theory, there could be another open-ended special session, God help us. But that's not the agreement. The intent is to try to go 46 days, but we are going to have to lose a couple days of floor time because it takes time for DLAS to move bills from one session to the other, and it's because it's not nearly as efficient as just going a full 46. I believe also there might be a procedural difference in that if we were to adopt this to extend beyond 46 days, I think might take a 2/3 vote, whereas if we do it, if we do this later, it might only be a majority vote.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. President, speaking to the resolution.
Senator's the floor.
Or to the amendment, Mr. President. Mr. President, I listened to the gentleman from James City County, and I agree with him because I'm one of those poor saps that has to work for a living. And it's pretty tough running a law practice when you have to come back and forth to Richmond for 80 days and you don't know what day you're coming, and you have to continue cases, golly day, way into next April, May, and June. I think I had to continue cases. And I'm not complaining because I asked for this. But I guess I'm a little bit different from some who've spoken against this. It seems to me if we adopt the amendment today and we know what we are doing, we are much better off than if we reject this and we're stuck with the House resolution and at the mercy of the governor in a special session. Because I need to get back to work at some point and support my family. So I'm going to support the amendment offered by the gentleman from Prince William Fairfax.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Speak to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
You know, I've been here 20 years. I've never once spoken on a procedural resolution. This is the one time I'm going to rise. I could not agree more with my colleague from Stafford and my colleague from Eastern Fairfax. For those of us that are owning businesses and working, it's not the time away, it's the uncertainty. And if we can get the 46 days agreed and we have certainty, it's going to make our lives easier. And it's not just those of us that are in business, those of us that have kids, those of us that have elderly parents that we watch and we need to arrange for their care. It's just a matter of certainty. That's what we need. And if we go into this 30-day session, we are at the mercy of the governor again. And so I hope we'll agree on 46-day. Believe me, nobody in the media and nobody outside this hall cares at all about this as a political issue. This is simply about making our own lives easier, so I hope you'll agree with the amendment from my colleague from Eastern Fairfax.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the resolution very briefly.
There's the floor.
Thank you. First of all, I can't speak to the what the inner workings of our fiscal system because I've not had the pleasure of playing in the Finance Committee sandbox, but the representations that I've been given by people is that we base our budget on actual fiscal estimates that come from a certain committee, and that committee isn't going to give us actual numbers to use until a period of time, which makes this completely unworkable if we do a 30-day session, which is why a vote for a 30-day session is really a vote for a 60 or 70 or whatever day session. Number two, I want to just assure everybody that if we send this resolution to the House, this 46-day resolution, and it's rejected, we're going to have a 30-day resolution. We're not going to be in a situation where we have nothing again. That's not going to happen. I'll guarantee you that. The senator from Western Fairfax already covered the newfound epiphany about efficiency and shortening session, which I didn't understand why we didn't waive reads during the special, but if everybody was so concerned about spending taxpayer dollars on per diems and getting back to work and everything else, I'm not really clear why those reads weren't waived in the special, but I guess now there's a newfound belief in that. I would also just note that we're going to have fewer bills, but it's much harder for citizens to interact with us. It's going to be harder for us to process those bills in committee with everybody on Zoom, and it's going to take a little bit more time. And so simply the fact that we have fewer bills doesn't mean we can get this done in a shorter session. And the last thing I'll say is if that a 30-day session was such a good idea, the folks in the minority as well as the folks in the minority in the House of Delegates had the ability to force a 30-day session when they were in the majority and didn't seem fit to do it for probably years and years and years and years if it was such a great idea. And so again, this newfound religion for short sessions to me is kind of mystifying from our perspective. It's more political opportunism and some kind of a protest as opposed to a serious belief in actually having a 30-day session. So I would just hope we would get this done. If we were done with 46 days, it'll save us a lot of votes, a lot of time, a lot of headaches, and give us some certainty if we could just get a 46-day session locked down today.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw, rise?
Mr. President, members of the Senate, since the new Constitution was adopted in 1972, there have been 24 short sessions. I've been here through, I guess, 22 of them. Some of you probably think I've been here even longer, but 22 of them. I can remember when I first got here and was in the House, and even the first few years in the Senate, and when you talk about could you do this in 30 days, just a couple of things to explain why you couldn't. The old guard, if they didn't like your bill, you didn't even get a hearing, okay? So there weren't that many bills. You could put in all you want, but not all of them got heard, trust me. They had one in Courts of Justice Committee. If they didn't like your bill, Hardaway Mark sent it to the No-Fault Divorce Committee, subcommittee. And when I asked him, when does that meet, he said, once a decade. This was kind of what, you dealt with, but they still couldn't do it in 30 days. About 1,200 bills are in so far. I suspect a ton will come in over the next 48 hours. In the original 30 days that they had drawn up, it was based on them meeting 7 days a week and a crossover in 2 weeks. And that is just totally impractical. It really is. And it wouldn't work. We'd be putting the staff through hell. And excuse my language. But there's, as it is now, if you look at the House resolution without Senator Servel's amendment, yes, it would. The session does end in 30 days, but if you look at the way it's drawn, it's not drawn to end. It says it'll end in 30 days, but the meat of it tells you that just won't happen. budget's, going to come near the 30th day. Crossover is at day 25 or 26. I'd have to go back and look again. There's just no way, if you look at what came from the House, that it's going to be a 30-day session. So now the governor calls a special session, and everybody knows he will because we need to get the budget done, and we won't get January's numbers until about the 30th day. So we probably will take 2 days where we won't meet that following Monday and Tuesday. Committees may meet because committees meet even when we're not in session. So we could still do committee stuff, but even with that, the session probably starting from today, I'd be surprised if we finished it in less than 49, 50 days, if we do it that way. So, I mean, and I can understand, the impatience and the disgust of having to spend virtually all of your fall here, part of your summer and all of your fall here, but it is what it is. We didn't plan for this COVID-19. We got stuck with it. So we're going to have at least a 46-day session regardless. So why not just realize that this is just a fact of life. It's an unpleasant fact of life, but it's a fact of life, and just vote for it. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The substitute is agreed to. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of the amendment, floor amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the floor amendment does is remove the language on page 6, lines at line 249, and it takes out regarding the health protocols, the issue dealing with the weekly testing, since everyone has been given the go-ahead to have the vaccine done. It makes the weekly testing unnecessary, so it takes out that language. So I move that we adopt the amendment.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. Do you want to address the resolution and agreeing to the resolution?
Mr. President.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Parliamentary inquiry, does this need to be engrossed and passed to its third reading? No? Okay, Mr. President, I would move the bill pass for the reasons previously explained. Or the resolution pass.
Question is, shall House Joint Resolution number 575 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Senator Lewis, how do you vote?
This is Senator Lewis. I vote aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
This is Senator Vogel, and I vote no.
the total?
What's that?
Ayes 22, noes 17.
Ayes 22, no 17. House Joint Resolution 575 is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side in which the Senate failed to adopt House Joint Resolution 575, I move that that vote be reconsidered.
Question is, shall the vote by which House Joint Resolution 575 was not agreed to be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Senator Lewis, how do you vote?
This is Senator Lewis. I vote aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
This is Senator Vogel, and I vote aye.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we adopted the amendment in the nature of a substitute, I would move that we reconsider that vote.
Okay. I think we need to take up the floor amendment first.
Okay, I will withdraw my motion.
Thank the senator. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I move that the amendment be agreed to.
I think, Senator, we may need to reconsider the vote by which we agreed to the floor amendment.
Okay, Mr. President, I move that we reconsider the vote by which the amendment was agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the floor amendment was agreed to be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Senator Lewis, how do you vote?
This is Senator Lewis. I vote aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
This is Senator Vogel. I vote aye.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator. Recommendation that it be rejected. Okay. Okay. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. I think now we would, the senator wants to make a motion with the recommendation that it be rejected, that we agree to the floor amendment.
Mr. President, point of order. Would it not be quicker just to withdraw the floor amendment?
You could do that as well. Well, yes, if the senator chooses, you can also withdraw the floor amendment.
Mr. President, I withdraw the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the floor amendment is withdrawn. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we adopted the amendment in the nature of a substitute, I would move that we reconsider that vote.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the floor substitute was adopted be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Senator Lewis, how do you vote?
This is Senator Lewis. I vote aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
This is Senator Vogel. I vote aye.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would withdraw the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the floor substitute is withdrawn. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. Does the senator want to move the original resolution to be agreed to?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Joint Resolution 575 be agreed to.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
All right, 1 second. So we'll take.
Do I have to do the amendment first? Okay.
Okay. Thank the senator for your patience. We now have your floor amendment distributed to the House Joint Resolution 575. The senator wants to waive the reading.
I got it. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the same amendment dealing with the health protocol, removing on page 3 at lines 140 through line 143, dealing with the weekly testing for the same reasons, given that each of us has been given the go-ahead to do the vaccine. So I move that we agree to the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, I would now move that House Joint Resolution 575 be agreed to. And this is the procedural resolution providing for the guidelines and conduct of business for the 2021 session.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal, rise?
Mr. President, would the senator from Hampton yield for a question?
Senator yield.
If it doesn't take as long as the last one did, I would be more than happy to yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I think my questions are a little more succinct than some of my colleagues, but I'd ask the senator, Mr. President, in reading through the resolution, I did not see any provision for the other body to meet at a location that's not Richmond. And I'm just referring back to Article 4, Section 6, that neither body can adjourn without consent of the other for more than 3 days to a different location. Is that contemplated in this procedural resolution?
I do not
There's the
believe
floor.
that. Thank you, Mr.
Sorry.
President. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I believe that early on that the House of Delegates decided that they were going to meet virtually, and that was their decision to meet virtually.
Further question?
Mr. President, just further clarification.
Senator yield. Senator from Hampton, Senator
Yes.
yield. Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, so maybe just to be more clear, nothing in this procedural resolution addresses the other body's ability to adjourn to a different location for more than 3 days. Is
Senator,
that
the floor.
That is correct. That's correct.
Mr. President, I thank the senator for her answer.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the motion? Seeing none, question is, shall the Senate agree to House Joint Resolution number 575? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Senator Lewis, how do you vote?
This is Senator Lewis. I vote aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote? Senator Vogel?
So sorry, this is Senator Vogel, and I vote aye.
Ayes 30, noes none.
Ayes 30, noes 9. The Senate agrees to House Joint Resolution 575.
I'll turn my video off instead of unmuting myself. Okay, sorry about that. Make sure I'm still on mute. Okay.
So you didn't vote?
No, I did vote. I just got the video. All right, here's your verification. 966716. She let us do it ourselves. Although she jammed my other two. So they're negative. Thank God.
Call the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and House Joint Resolution 576 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and House Joint Resolution 576 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Senator Lewis, how do you vote?
This is Senator Lewis. I vote aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
This is Senator Vogel, and I vote aye.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration.
House Joint Resolution Number 576, establishing a schedule for the conduct of business for the pre-filing period of the 2022 regular session of the General Assembly of Virginia.
The chair recognizes the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the resolution be agreed to, and as the clerk indicated, this resolution addresses the 2022 pre-filing period, which would end on November 29, 2021. And I move that it be agreed to.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Senator Lewis, how do you vote?
This is Senator Lewis. This is Senator Lewis. I vote aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
This is Senator Vogel, and I vote aye.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The resolution is agreed to. Resolutions, petitions, and bills are now in order. And the Senate will now be at ease. Senators will please take their seats. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of the communications we just received from the House.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Senator Lewis, how do you vote? Guess they left. Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
This is
Aye.
Senator Vogel. I vote aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, what I would like to announce at this time, I'd like to ask, is there anybody with any more first day bills that are currently out that's requesting a study or Virginia retirement VRS type bills? They would have to be turned into the clerk's desk by 5 p.m. Is there anyone pending those bills?
Thank the senator. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Do any senators wish to be recognized? Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff. Senator, I want to make sure your mic's on so we can hear you.
The Rural Caucus meeting is still on schedule at 5 o'clock. You should have received a notice of it in your email today. Secretary Ball and Evan Feidman will bring folks up to date on what's going on in the world of trade and commerce and the broadband initiative.
Thank the senator. Clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Today, Wednesday, January 13th, the Committee on General Laws and Technology will meet 1/2 hour after recess in the East Committee Room. The Committee on the Judiciary will not meet today. The Rural Caucus will meet at 5 p.m. This was a virtual meeting. The joint assembly tonight will be virtual. You have been emailed a link to participate on Zoom. Please log in by 6:45 p.m. and answer the roll call. Thursday, January 14th, the Committee on Education and Health will meet at 8 a.m. West Committee Room here, Science Museum. The Democratic Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m. in the Democratic Caucus Room. The Republican Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m. in the Republican Caucus Room. The Committee on Transportation will not meet. This is a schedule change. Transportation will not meet.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator from James City County. Okay. And I actually have one more very quick personal announcement. Today, my mother is celebrating her 70th birthday, and so I would ask you all to please wish her a happy birthday to Charlene Fairfax, who's watching us, and so, Mom, happy birthday to you. Thank you all very much. The chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, people like me call people like your mom kid. And anyways, happy birthday.
Thank you. She'll love that, by the way.
I would move at this point, Mr. President, the Senate stand in recess until 6:30 p.m. tonight for the virtual check-in.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand in recess until 6:30 p.m. tonight? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate stands in recess until 6:30 p.m. tonight, at which time it will convene to proceed to the House of Delegates to receive the State of the Commonwealth address by the governor.